We're going to begin our awards ceremony for the barbecue contest and also for our tractor driving awards. And we're going to ask, if you're here anticipating one of those awards, if you would come ahead into the show arena and be prepared for that. And we're going to start that in just a moment. We're ready to begin our awards portion of the program tonight. And we're going to start off with our tractor awards. We want to thank Marion County Farm Bureau, Grandview Farms, and also Ag Pro of Ocala for sponsoring this contest. Tonight, the awards are going to be given out tonight by the Marion County Farm Bureau President, Mr. Jim Boyer. We're going to start off in the junior division. And in fourth place from the Southern Roots 4-H, Zach Blackburn. Third place from Wild and Country 4-H, Easton Counts. Second place, Paisley Lewis of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. And our winner in the junior division of tractor driving, Isaac Thompson of the Wild and Country 4-H. In the intermediate division, fifth place, Ethan Cooper from Dunellen Christian Academy FFA. Fourth place, Lily Fugate of the Happy Trails 4-H Club. In third place in the intermediate division, Nathan Green of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Second place, Tate Starling of the Kendrick 4-H Club. And our winner in the intermediate division, representing Dunellen 4-H, Abigail Schultz. In our senior division, fifth place, Jacob Sapp of the Grandview 4-H. Fourth place, Hudson Holland of the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Third place, Carson Cromit with the Forest High FFA. Second place, Andy Sapp with the Grandview 4-H. And our winner in the senior division, Kent DeBell with Trinity Catholic High FFA. Our next awards tonight will be our barbecue contest. We're grateful for the Ocala Kiwanis Club for being one of our main sponsors. Also tonight, we have Jim and Rob Boyer. They are both grandsons of Dave Bailey, whom this contest is named for. They have sponsored the aprons tonight, and we appreciate them being here and helping us present these awards. We want to begin with our junior division, cooking beef. In sixth place, Tinley Lewis of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Fifth place, Lucy Douglas with the Country Clovers. Fourth place, Carson Hamilton with the Spar Stallions. Third place is Thomas Routh of the Town and Country 4-H. Second place, Weston Lewis with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. And our winner in the Beef Junior Division, Caden Upton from Majestic Oaks 4-H. In the Beef Intermediate, in sixth place from Osceola Middle FFA, Jacob Bailey. Fifth place, Peyton Brinkley of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Fourth place, Sawyer High with the Bellevue Middle FFA. In third place, Emmeline Oaks with the Osceola Middle FFA. Second place, Isabella Denton with the Dunellen 4-H. And our winner in the intermediate division, Brittany Gardner of the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. In our senior division, in sixth place, Grady Scroggy of the Trinity Catholic FFA. Fifth place is Gavin Pentonbrink of the Trinity Catholic FFA. In fourth place in the beef senior division, Jeremy Crouch of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Third place, Jake Rudiani with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Second place, Carson Shuck with the Trinity Catholic FFA. And our winner in the beef senior division, Joshua Johnson of the Trinity Catholic FFA. In the pork division, in sixth place, Beckett Larenko of the Bellevue Middle FFA. In fifth place, Nathan Crouch with the Dunellen 4-H. Fourth place, Molly Murphy of the Osceola Middle FFA. In third place, Brecken Counts of the Gator Tracks 4-H. Second place in the pork division, Rylan Messines of the Osceola Middle FFA. And our winner in the pork division, Jack Goodson of the Osceola Middle FFA chapter. We'd like to recognize a few more sponsors before we move into our poultry area. West Oak Developers, HTM Developers, Mr. Harvey Van Deven, Miller Pipeline. We've already mentioned the Ocala Lions Club, Charities Foundation, Southern Atlantic Realty, Mr. Joe Brown, Boyd Real Estate, that's Joe Krim and Aaron Friel, Cone Farms, Lee Ulsberger, Angie Lewis with State Farm, Richard McGinley with Acme Field, and Van Aiken. Our winners in the poultry division, in sixth place, Evelyn Hutto of the Cracker Country 4-H. In fifth place, Lane West of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. In fourth place, Eric Padilla of the Dunellen 4-H Club. In third place, Mikkel Henderson of the Indigo 4-H. In second place, Noah Westgate with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And our winner in the poultry division, Luke Hudson with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Congratulations to our poultry entries and winners. We also have a category of other. These are entries that did not fall under pork, beef, or poultry. And in sixth place, Ethan Murdoch of the Prime Cuts 4-H. In fifth place, Peyton Williams of the Colt Country 4-H. Fourth place, Cortland Fry of the Spar Stallions. In third place, Loan Yancey with the Osceola Middle FFA. Second place, Josie Law with the Fort McCoy 4-leaf 4-H. And our winner in the other category, Tanner 2 of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Again, we want to say special thanks to all of our sponsors, especially to the Ocala Kiwanis Club and to Jim and Rob Boyer, the grandsons of Dave Bailey. And we congratulate everyone who was a winner in our Dave Bailey Barbecue Contest. A correction, that's the Lions Club, not the Kiwanis Club. Forgive me for that. The Ocala Lions Club. Thank y'all. All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back right at 6 o'clock with our pledges, and we will be prepared for our Market Hog Show tonight. You may have heard the old expression, herding cats, before. This is herding blue ribbon youngins out here. This is your 2025 Swine Show exhibitors. Let's give them a great big round of applause. We are so proud of them out here. Thank you so much. Now, they're going to stay out here for a moment. We're going to, as it is normal, to begin here in just a moment with our pledges, our FFA motto, and the 4-H motto. And then we're going to also have our national anthem by Cora Taylor of Town and Country. And so just as soon as they get these last pictures made, we'll begin with that portion of our program. We're going to ask that if you would stand. We've got Jada Graham from Indigo 4-H who's going to lead us in the pledge to the American flag. Emily Sirolinsky will lead us in our 4-H pledge. Rylan Delk is going to lead us in the FFA motto. Taylor Miller, then from Fort McCoy, is going to lead us in our prayer. And then after that, Cora is going to lead us in our national anthem, singing it. And so if you would stand and remove cover as we salute our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Please bow with me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for allowing us to be part of this great industry of agriculture. Help us keep mindful of each day of the value agriculture brings to our nation by providing a safe and abundant food supply. May we always remember that we depend on you for rain and sunshine. We thank you for the opportunity to compete and participate in the Southeastern Youth Fair. We are very thankful for many volunteers that work to make this possible for each participant. We pray that good sportsmanship will prevail in each individual that you protect from harm and as we exhibit our projects this week. We love you, Lord, and pray in your Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting
All right, we're going to have our senior walk now. Is that what we're going to do? We're going to have our other showmen. They're going to cheer for these youngsters as they come around. It is a great honor for us each year to be able to recognize those who are coming into the show ring for their last time as showmen here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. And so we would like to mention the name of each of our seniors tonight and just show them some love and let them know how much we appreciate them being a part of the Southeastern Youth Fair. Representing Lake Weir High, Sarah Beth Barber. From Dunellen High, Annalie Cannon. From North Marion High, Ava Dinsmore. From Dunellen High, Erica Estrada. From North Marion High, Gage Futch. Representing Forest High School, Haley Garriston. Also from Forest High School, Holly Gomez. From Town and Country 4-H, Western Howard. From Bellevue High, Thomas Light. From Dunellen High, Julian Lynn. From Trinity Catholic High, Gavin Pendenbrink. From Forest High School, Tyler Porter. Representing Wild and Country 4-H, Emma Reynolds. Representing Dunellen High, Braden Sane. Representing Grandview 4-H, Brinley Sapp. From the Wild and Country 4-H, Sierra Spillman. Wild and Country, Brinley Smith. From Vanguard High, Olivia Steinmetz. From the Lucky Learners, Zachary Townsend. Also from Lucky Learners, Roman Valencia. From Cold Country 4-H, Jeffrey Williams. From the Vanguard High FFA, Riley Winterbauer. From Dunellen High, Summer Young. And from North Marion, Kelly Curtis. Let's have another big round for all of these seniors who are showing out here this year for their last time. While all of our exhibitors are going back to their stalls to prepare for our first class coming out here in a moment, we'd like to say thanks to a few folks. One is Rick Cleaners. We are so thankful to Rick's Cleaners. He has cleaned and dry cleaned, washed all of our tablecloths throughout the week. We are so thankful to him. I also want to say thanks to the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Billy Woods. They are so faithful and being here, offering their assistance, offering security for us. We are grateful for them. In addition to that, the Marion County Fire Department, the Marion County Public School System, the City of Ocala. We just want to say thanks to all of these wonderful entities with the partnerships that we have with them. We also want to remind you that tomorrow morning we'll begin our auction. And we want to encourage you to come back and support these kids as they sell these hog projects. Registration is in the building that's right behind the food court. And so if you're interested in registering, go ahead and encourage you to do that tonight. You can beat the morning rush. So if you'd like to register over there, we would encourage you to do so. If you want to bid tomorrow night, we do ask that you pre-register and have a bidder number to use tomorrow night. If you are not aware that tonight we have a very special lady in the ring down there. She doesn't know I'm going to say this, but this individual has had the fair dedicated to them this year, Miss Lynn Nobles. Miss Nobles, Ray, tip your hat to the crowd over there. Miss Nobles has served as an ag teacher here in Marion County, most recently as the director here of Extension with Marion County, has recently retired. And she and her husband going to do some traveling and enjoy life. Miss Lynn Nobles, let's give her a big round of applause. Fair this year is dedicated to her. Thank you, Lynn, for being here with us tonight. We want to introduce to you our judge for tonight. She judged our showmanship earlier today and did a tremendous job. Alex Pittman. Alex resides in Starkville, Mississippi. She is the livestock judging coach at Mississippi State University. She grew up showing pigs, goats, cattle across the country. She has a bachelor's degree in animal and dairy sciences. She competed at the livestock judging team at Mississippi State. She was second high individual at the Keystone International Livestock Exposition. She has also completed her Master's of Science with a focus on stocker cattle health. She has served in the past as the assistant coach, and she is now going to be the head coach of the livestock team there at Mississippi State here since 2020. She's judged all over the United States. We are happy to have her here tonight. Help me make welcome our judge tonight, Alex Pittman. Now, Alex, before you walk away right there, it's my understanding that you've got family back in Mississippi watching on live stream tonight. And so we just want to say a shout out to Alex's family. We want to thank you for sharing her with us. She has done a great job, and we may just try to steal her here in Florida. So thanks to the Pittman family there in Mississippi. We appreciate you and hope you enjoy the Southeastern Youth Fair here in beautiful Ocala, Florida. We've got Class 1 now coming into the ring. Class 1 is sponsored by Southern Charm Aesthetics. These hogs are going to weigh between 230 and 233 pounds. From Forest High FFA, Teagan Beach. Representing leading the way 4-H, Blake Morales. Sarah Beth Barber from the Lake Weir High FFA. Hallie Meadows from the Forest High FFA. Representing the Spar Stallions, George Pinson. Emma Steinmetz of the Vanguard High FFA. Troy Long with the Forest High FFA. Jack Goodson with the Osceola Middle FFA. Representing Bellevue High, Easton Blue. Riley Winterbauer from Vanguard High FFA. Ava Kramer with the Southern Roots 4-H. Kendall Lewis with the Cross County 4-H. Weston Lewis with Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. We have the Horizon Academy, a chapter hog. Reagan Macazio with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Peyton Williams with the Colt Country 4-H. Michaela May Bagley with the Dunellen 4-H Club. And Tyler Porter with the Forest High FFA. Always appreciate when we have the leadership from some of our local schools here with us to support these students. Tonight we're pleased to have representing Dunellen Christian Academy, the head of school there, Miss Christy Nelson. Miss Nelson, thank you for being here with us tonight and supporting the students from DCA. We've got some wonderful volunteers out there in the ring tonight, too. Our steward for tonight, Ms. Rayleigh Lyles. Rayleigh, thank you for being there and helping. And then, of course, we've got several board men out here, too, and we really appreciate you being here. Sometimes the pigs might get into arguments, and so they're there to make sure that everything is good. So let's have a big round of applause for all of our volunteers in the ring here tonight. We are grateful to you.
First off, I want to say thank you guys for having me out here today. I really enjoyed it this morning in showmanship. I love working with your kids and your stock. I've had a great time here in Florida. I said it earlier, but your kids are just so wonderful and respectful, and I really appreciate them. And coming out here, I'd be remiss if I didn't say hello to my judging team. They're back home. I'm sure they're watching and gonna say something to me later on, but I went ahead and pulled 8 that I just feel kind of surface out here. I'll place them here in a minute, but really nice first class to start off.
Here's your top 8 entries here in Class 1. Tegan Beach, Forest High. Sarah Beth Barber, Lake Weir High. Haley Meadows, Forest High. Troy Long, Forest High. Kendall Lewis, Cross County 4-H. Reagan Macazio, Lucky Learners 4-H. Peyton Williams, Colt Country 4-H. And Michaela May Bagley of the Dunellen 4-H. Our judge will place the top 6 here in our classes tonight. So out of these 8 animals, she will give us that placing here in just a moment.
as we're getting these pinned, I'm going to go ahead and talk them for you guys. I'm going to talk 3, 2, 1 out here, and then as they come out, I'll talk them forth all the way down. I think a really nice class. To be quite honest, though, there's a bunch of differences in terms of type and kind, and it's just kind of where you lay your preference. I know that they're at a little bit of a smaller weight, so maybe they're not as big and fresh and dimensional as some others that we'll see out here. Young man with the black-headed barrow in front of me is going to go ahead and be third. I think this is one that's just packed full of power and product. He's really dense in his foot and bone. For me, though, set this guy into motion, and he's the most forward in his blade and knee, and he's just too tight out of that hip and hind leg, and that's what sets him third for me today. Between the other two that, again, are very drastic, for second, I'm going to use the young lady's black gilt right here. I think this is one that's tall and up-headed and extended, reads with a lot of shape up high and from behind. For me, though, when you study this girl going away from you, she just needs to plant with some more authority from behind. Young man's bear over here that's not wanting to be a show pig today, but still, when you see this guy get out on the drive, I think he's the one that just kind of excels in this class in terms of look and extra and balance. He's not the softest sided one in here, but still, I think he's got true meat animal shape and still gives you a good look from this side. You want to pull the fourth one? The young lady's barrow in fourth that comes out next is one that reads with a lot of weight and product on him. She gets his head up, and he's really long there ahead of his blade. For me, he's just not as expressive and shapely in his muscle as those that go ahead of him. The one that comes out next, you want to talk about a stout skull, dense featured, hairy one. This one's got all those parts and pieces. For me, though, he kind of takes it a little bit to the extreme. He needs to utilize his running gear off either end of his skeleton to work up any higher in this class for me. And then the young lady's one that comes out in sixth. You know, to me, she reads the greenest in terms of her lower rib and flank, but still, I really love her in terms of her freshness of shape up high and from behind. Study her from the side, and she's really unique in her build and makeup. She just didn't have those extra parts and pieces as those that go ahead of her today. Again, a really nice set out here. Let's congratulate all of our first class winners.
Congratulations to our Class 1 exhibitors. Winning the class from Cold Country, Peyton Williams. In second place from the Lucky Learners 4-H, Reagan Macasio. Third place, Troy Long of the Forest High FFA. In fourth place, Sarah Beth Barber of the Lake Weir High FFA. Tegan Beach of Forest High is in fifth today. In sixth place, Michaela Mae Bagley of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Standing seventh, Haley Meadows of the Forest High FFA. And in eighth place, Kendall Lewis with the Cross County 4-H. Again, we want to say thanks to Southern Charm Aesthetics for sponsoring Class 1. Another representative of the Marion County Public School System here with us. We have the Dunellen Elementary Principal, Miss Erica Wiggins. Also the Assistant Principal, Matt Tarantino. Erica was actually an alumni, as I believe, Erica, you showed hogs here as well. So Ms. Wiggins and Mr. Tarantino, thank y'all for being here tonight. Also, Mike Carter from Fort King Middle is here. We appreciate you as well, and all those representing the Marion County Public School System. We have Class 2 in the ring now. Class 2 is sponsored by David and Renee Stevens. These hogs will weigh between 234 and 238 pounds. Cortland Fry representing the Spar Stallions. Easton Counts from the Wild and Country 4-H. Jackson Kelly with the Southern Roots 4-H. Jordan Straughter with the Indigo 4-H. Brianna Pilgrim with the Vanguard High FFA. Laney Roberts with the Osceola Middle FFA. Emma Counts with the Wild and Country 4-H. Josie Kammerer with the Southern Roots 4-H. Cole Turner with the Kendrick 4-H. Aubrey Hatcher with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Holly Heidevick showing for Dunellen High FFA. Grayson Hires with the Two Rivers 4-H. Winston Sapp with the Grandview 4-H. Riley Delk with the Vanguard High FFA. Amelia Blanchard with the Wild and Country 4-H. Peyton Delatorre with the Osceola Middle FFA. And we also have a chapter animal from the Prime Cuts 4-H. Jason Murdoch is showing that Prime Cuts 4-H out there. Thank you, Jason.
I'm just going to keep these 6 to come back out here, and we'll place those. I think these in here just don't work their way up kind of like them, just in terms of build and balance and just being as genuine in terms of their muscle from up high all the way to the surface. We'll get these 6 back out here and get them placed for you.
Our top 6 here in this second class: Cortland Fry with the Spar Stallions. Jackson Kelly with the Southern Roots 4-H. Laney Roberts, Osceola Middle FFA. Emma Counts, Wild and Country 4-H. Cole Turner, Kendrick 4-H. And Riley Delk of the Vanguard High FFA.
a really nice trio out here. And to be quite honest, my decision lies in second and third. I think both of these are good in their own right. For me, though, they're just so polar opposite in terms of their makeup. One of them's just denser featured and bigger backed, and the other one is would make a really good breeding guild. I know that's not the case. Young man right here in front of me, you're going to be third. I think this is one that's tall and up-headed and extended. She gets out, and she's really neat to look at from this side. You know, in this class, for me, she's just not as square and as shapely and expressive as the two that go ahead of her. Young lady with the other gilt's going to come out in second. She's one that's just so dense in terms of her feature. She's stout-skulled, big-boned, big-footed, really expressive up high. For me, the one that wins just does so rather handily in this class. Young man's Barra comes out here, and to be quite honest, it's not really close. I think he just pieces all the things together in the best, most attractive package. A really, really nice trio, though. I'll go through and talk 4 through 6. In fourth, young lady brings one that's just the biggest back. He's the widest, most dimensional from behind. For me, though, he just kind of closes up, coming and going. He could be more genuine at the surface and get out and utilize off either end of his skeleton. Young man that comes out next brings one that if he were to get him shown better, he really would look good from the side and be tall-fronted and extended. For me, he just doesn't have the extras in terms of power and mass. Young lady's blue-browed gilt that comes out next is one that is really tall-fronted. You love her up there. You love her length and her extension. For me, though, she just needs a little bit more product and power, and then coming at you, she needs to plant squarer and truer at the surface.
Congratulations to our top 6 in Class 2. Winning the class, Jackson Kelly of the Southern Roots 4-H. Standing second, Riley Delk of the Vanguard High FFA. Third place, Cortland Fry, Bar Stallions. In fourth place, Emma Counts with the Wild and Country 4-H. In fifth place, Cole Turner with the Kendrick 4-H. And in sixth place today, Laney Roberts. Laney showing with the Osceola Middle FFA. We now have Class 3 coming into the arena. Class 3 being sponsored by Summerfield Sales. Jordan Pompano with the Lake Weir High FFA. Grant Cox with the Osceola Middle FFA. Peyton Woodard with the Town and Country 4-H. Haley Cabrera with the Dunellen Middle FFA. Addison Colomoso with the Southern Roots 4-H. Madeline Marino with the Town and Country 4-H. Liam Cannon with the Two Rivers 4-H. Calla Owens with the Grandview 4-H. Tanner 2 showing for the Lucky Learners 4-H. Gracie Bozeman showing with North Marion Junior FFA. Parker Owens with the Gator Tracks 4-H. David Kendrick with the Osceola Middle FFA. Raylan Delp showing with Fort King Middle FFA. Cadence Perez with the North Marion Middle FFA. And Gavin Whitehead showing with the Dunellen High FFA. Class 3, these hogs will range between 239 and 244 pounds. For the last few years, we've given out a Tim Townley Award. And this award has gone to that exhibitor who has been unselfish and is helping of others, serving them. And it's interesting tonight, we know of 3, and there may be more, and you can let us know if there are. But Jacob Dorland, James Lafise, and Laney Lyle are all former winners of that award. And we appreciate them being here. And if there's others out here that we're not aware of, let us know, and we would love to recognize you. Thank you for continuing to walk in that same spirit that Tim Townley did.
Another nice group out here. I'm going to keep the 7 that I've already got pinned behind me. For me, those that I've left out here, maybe some of them are stouter than those that I've already pulled. However, I just don't feel like their build and their proportions are just as right. So, again, excellent set of kids out here. I'll go back and show you how I like these top 7.
Our top group here in Class 3, Liam Cannon, Two Rivers 4-H. Tanner 2 with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Parker Owens with the Gator Tracks 4-H. Cadence Perez with the North Marion Middle FFA. And Gavin Whitehead with the Dunellen High FFA. we have a vehicle that is blocking gate 2. The Sheriff's Department has requested that we move that. It's blocking the ambulance's ability to move if they need to. It is a red Ford F350. The tag is IVT-F06, a red Ford 350. It's blocking gate 2. If you would, please move that.
A really nice top trio out here that honestly, their positives and negatives, if you could fit it into one, it would be even that much better out here. And I think there's some different ways you could go based on how you want to call them. For me, though, the young man's guilt's going to go in third. Do I think she's really soft-sided and productive in terms of her center, cage, and cavity? Absolutely. I think she's one that pieces up and gets out and is sound and flexible off either end. Maybe the best in class. For me, though, she's just not as square or as descript and shapely as the two that go ahead of her. The things that just keep going back and forth in my mind are first and second. To be quite honest, you see these guys driving at you. They could both be better in their skull shape and jaw. They could be better fronted. For me, though, there's just one that has all the extras. Now, I would like to tweak him a little bit, but that's being critical of one. Young lady's wider belted Barra here in front of me is going to go in second. This is the one that's really short-backed and really wide from behind. She's one that He's one that reads with a lot of product and does give you a cool look from this side. For me, though, I just like to lengthen this guy out to compete with the one that goes ahead of him. Young ladies bear that comes out in first. This is one, in my mind, that just has those extras in terms of look and balance and design. Stouten him up in his skull and make him not as tentative off those front two, and there's no question where he goes in this class. The one that comes out in fourth, for me, she kind of just worked her way up to the top the longer the drive wore on. She's one that gives you a really unique look from the side. You want to talk about a sound structural base. She has all those things. She's also stout in her feature. You know, the reason she doesn't get over those three ahead of her is she's just not as wide, just not as dimensional from every angle. Young man's black gilt that comes next. I think it's a completely different story here in her. She's probably the stoutest, the most dimensional one when you study her up high and from behind, but I think that's working to her disadvantage. She gets entirely too forward in her blade and round and out of her hip and pushes outside the plane of her skeleton to work any higher for me today. The one that comes out in six has some nice pieces, long and tall fronted. For me, just not the same type of true meat animal shape found in those that go ahead of him.
Congratulations to our Class 3 exhibitors. Winning the class, Cadence Perez of the North Marion Middle FFA chapter. Standing second, Jordan Papineau of the Lake Weir High FFA. In third place, Liam Cannon of the Two Rivers 4-H. In fourth place, Gavin Whitehead of the Dunellen High FFA. In fifth place, Parker Owens of the Gator Tracks 4-H. Standing sixth, Calla Owens of the Grandview 4-H. And in seventh place, Tanner 2 of the Lucky Learners 4-H Club. Again, we say thanks to Summerfield Sales for sponsoring Class 3. Class 4 coming into the arena now. Class 4 sponsored by Mayo Fertilizer. Blandon Austin of the Lake Weir High FFA. Anna Lee Cannon of the Dunellen High FFA. Sam Turner with the Kendrick 4-H. Liliana Guerrera with the Dunellen 4-H. Rosa Grace McKee with the North Marion High FFA. Logan Rector with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Aiden Johnson with the Indigo 4-H. Addison Murdoch with the Prime Cuts 4-H. Kenley Baker with the Vanguard High FFA. Jack Herpely with the Leading the Way 4-H. Remington Perry with the North Marion High FFA. Peyton Kennedy with the Wild and Country 4-H. Kaylin Barnhart showing with Lake Weir High FFA. Isabella Fasulas with the Southern Roots 4-H. Lily Hammock showing with the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. And Wyatt Relio with the North Marion High FFA. Class 4 weight ranges will be between 245 and 248 pounds. And again, we say thanks, Mayo Fertilizer, for sponsoring Class 4.
We're kind of having a little bit of a circus with this guilt over here. I apologize. Those that I'm going to leave out are still in the ring. To me, they just don't have the right type of body shape and substance and power to match with those that I went ahead and pulled. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Congratulations to our top 6 here in Class 4. Sam Turner with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Rosa Grace McKee, North Marion High. Logan Rector, the Lucky Learners 4-H. Aiden Johnson, Indigo 4-H. Addison Murdoch, the Prime Cuts 4-H. Kaylin Barnhart with Lake Weir High FFA. And Isabella Vasulis with the Southern Roots 4-H.
an interesting top trio out here. They're all very different in terms of their presentation, their hair, and their skin. And I wish that you guys could get a good look at this gilt over here that's just kind of wanting to give this young lady a run for her money, because I think she still does all the things right. I think there's a trio, though, in my mind. Young man right in front of me, this gilt's going to go in third. I think she's one that's really descript. She's really shapely. She's really big out of her hip, but she is by far the shortest hipped, and she plants way too far outside the plane of her skeleton and walks out up front. From there, I think it just kind of, you could go back and forth on these two once they get them settled, but young lady right in front of me with the gilt that's going back and forth is going to be second. I think she's one that reads right in terms of her build, her makeup, her body. She has a lot of stoutness and substance. Maybe she's just not as descript or as dense as the one that goes ahead of her. Now, I do think she is better in terms of her hair and skin and presentation, but young lady's gilt right here in front of me that's going to win the class is just so much more shapely. She's so busted open, coming and going, and still gets out and travels plenty fine in the ring. Young lady's gilt that's going to come out in fourth. I think she's kind of same story, different tune as some of those ahead of her. She's got a lot of shape and product up high. She's really big in her upper hip. For me, though, she just doesn't blend together. She wants to get just a little piecier ahead of her blade, and I just like to square her up and stouten her up at the surface. Young man's calico bearer that comes out here next, I think, is one that's really nice. He's one that, for me, if we could just have gotten a little bit more product and shape on him, he would have worked his way up a little bit quicker out here. I think he reads just so much in terms of heavyweight and shape. He just doesn't match that in terms of his feature, and he just gets outdone in here. Again, young man's white one that comes out next. Long spine, tall fronted, extended, gets out and I think travels plenty fine. Get him behind this guy and he just kind of wants to flatten and taper all the way to the surface. He's just not as shapely from this view right here. Again, another really nice set. Young lady, you hung in there with him, but just doesn't have enough for me today.
Winning Class 4 tonight, Kaylin Barnhart of the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. Standing second, representing Prime Cuts 4-H, Addison Murdoch. In third place, Logan Rector of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Fourth place, Isabella Fasulas with the Southern Roots 4-H. In fifth place, Aiden Johnson with the Indigo 4-H. And standing sixth, Sam Turner of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Again, we want to say thanks to Mayo Fertilizer for sponsoring Class 4. Anderson Columbia is sponsoring Class 5 tonight. Shelby Faison of the Ina A. Colon Academy FFA. Kylie Morrison of the Forest High FFA. Colton Bell with the Wild and Country 4-H. Raylan Bunnell with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Emma Gonzalez with the Two Rivers 4-H. Sammy Peterson with the Two Rivers 4-H. Kyra Orlando with the Dunellen High FFA. Blaze Pinson with the Grandview 4-H. Gage Futch with the North Marion High FFA. Taylor Miller with the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Zach Blackburn with the Southern Roots 4-H. Himina Murdoch with the Prime Cuts 4-H. Victoria Paradiso with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And Miranda Guerrera with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Class 5 weights will range between 249 and 251 pounds.
I'm going to go ahead and just keep these 6 over here. I'll tell you, for me, it's just kind of those quick, big picture things that I like or I don't like that just split all the classes. And those 6 for me just have more of the positives out here. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause as they head back.
Our top exhibitors, 190. This is Kylie Morrison of the Forest High FFA. Colton Bell of the Wild and Country 4-H. Raylan Bunnell of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Taylor Miller of the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Victoria Paradiso of the Lucky Learners 4-H. And Miranda Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club.
An interesting trio out here, and I'll go ahead and tell you who I like in third. This young lady's predominantly white gilt in front of me. In class, I think she was so sound and flexible. I'm not sure what happened between her sitting in the pen and coming back out here. She just kind of wants to get a little bit tighter. For me, though, you see this gilt's proportions, and she just pieces up so nicely from the side. She's still got power, and she's still got dimension. You know, is she she the stoutest one in here? No, but I do wish she could utilize that right hock just a little bit better. I'm not sure what happened. The other gilt out here is going to come in second. I think when you study her for her stoutness of foot and bone, really look at her up high. She's got a lot of product. You know, for me, what gets her beat out here again is just her skeletal quality off of her rear two, and then she just doesn't piece up as nicely as the one that I go ahead and start. Young lady's barrow right here for me. Talk about a fresh skin, fresh haired, really nice proportion one from this side. This guy's got it. He's so unique in terms of his product and build and the way he sets down, still flexible. You know, when he comes at you, he is kind of wanting to be a little hesitant off those front two, but I think he's just a little bit sore out here still. For me, though, he wins this class, and there's not really much question. This is 4, right? Okay. The young lady's black one that comes out in 4th. You want to talk stoutness and power and mass, he's got it, absolutely. But you study this guy in motion, and I just question him. His hip and his hind leg is just so far out of bounds and up under himself to work up any higher. The young lady that comes out next, I think, is one that this one has a lot of parts and pieces, just not as busted open and just not as dimensional as those ahead of him.
Congratulations to our Class 5 winners. Placing first in the class, Victoria Paradiso of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Standing second, Kylie Morrison of the Forest High FFA. In third, Raylan Bunnell of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Fourth place is Taylor Miller of the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Fifth place, Miranda Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H Club. And in sixth place, Colton Bell of the Wild and Country 4-H. Again, we say thanks to Anderson Columbia for sponsoring Class 5. Class 6 in the arena now, being sponsored by Blackstone Livestock Company. Braden Sane of the Dunellen High FFA. Jason Gonsman with the Westport High FFA. Landry Jones, Bellevue Middle FFA. Hadley Bartlett with the Wild and Country 4-H. Tinley Markham, Town and Country 4-H. Avery Larinko with the Forest High FFA. Eli Blackburn with the Wild and Country 4-H. Paisley Gross with the Spar Stallions 4-H. Cameron Simpson with the Town and Country 4-H. Braden Pruitt with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Carson Watts with the Wild and Country 4-H. Diana Abreu, Diana showing the Liberty FFA Chapter Hog. Bentley Goodson showing for Grandview 4-H. Jacob Sapp also with Grandview 4-H. Brianna Hill with the Forest High FFA. Riley Fiegel with Caprine 4-H. Peyton Hammett with Kendrick 4-H. And Elisha Houston, Elisha showing the Indigo 4-H Club Hog. Class 6, these hogs range from 252 to 254 pounds.
To be quite honest, I think this is probably the deepest class that I've seen so far. I think we've just got some 7 really uniquely built hogs over here that I'm going to be pulling back out. Nothing to take away from you guys. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head out the ring.
Our top exhibitors out of Class 6, Chasen Gonsman of the Westport High FFA. Landry Jones, Bellevue Middle. Hadley Bartlett of the Wild and Country. Paisley Gross of the Spar Stallions. Cameron Simpson with the Town and Country 4-H. Braden Pruitt with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Diana Abreu with the Liberty FFA. These top exhibitors will come back for the placings here with Judge Pittman.
If they keep coming to me like this trio, I'll stay here and judge for you guys all night. I think there's 3 really, really nice ones in here. When you just talk about foot, feature, bone, all the things you want in a show pig, all 3 of these have it out here. I'll tell you, there's one that caught my eye earlier today in showmanship, and I have thought about it for a while today, but for me, the one that's going to come in third is a young man's calico bear in front of me. I think this is one that when he gets this guy going, he's kind of wanting to be a little lazy right now, but when he gets him going and gets him out, I think he still travels nicely and pieces things up together and still has some power. For me, though, there's just two others in here that have a little bit more extras than he does. I think, the one that goes in second is definitely no slouch. In another class, this one probably could have won it. I think when this young person gets this one driving and going from this side, it looks really, really unique and really nice. Young lady's bear over here is going to come in second. All the stoutness and power you want in one, yet still is so flexible hip and hind leg. Young man, you've got a killer out here for me. If you want to just talk about stout skulled, big-footed, big-backed, and big-hipped ones, she's got it. And then she still pieces together and looks nice from this side. That was 3. Okay. The one that comes out in fourth, I think, is one that just, when this young lady shows him, she does an excellent job just in terms of head up and ring presence. The longer the drives weren't on, he's kind of worked his way on down. He's wanting to just get a little bit too stiff off either end of his skeleton for me out here today. The one coming out next is one that's really hairy, big-boned and big-footed, just doesn't have that extra mass and extra shape as those that go above him. I was missing one, the young lady that went on back. She was fourth? Yeah, the one that was in fourth. I thought that one was really stout, really burly, really dimensional, just doesn't have the look and the balance and design as those that go ahead of her.
Congratulations, Braden Pruitt taking first place. Braden showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In second, Diana Abry of the Liberty FFA. Third place, Cameron Simpson of the Town and Country. In fourth place, Paisley Gross of the Spar Stallions. Fifth place is Hadley Bartlett of the Wild and Country 4-H. And representing Westport High, Chasen Gunsman in sixth place today. So congratulations to Class 6. And again, we say thanks to Blackstone Livestock for sponsoring Class 6. We've got Class 7 now coming into the ring. Conrad Tree Service is our sponsor for this class. We have Carly Cook with the Wild and Country 4-H. Matthew Morales with the Leading the Way 4-H. Aiden Williams with the Colt Country 4-H. Katie Curd with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Brinley Sapp showing with Grandview 4-H. Brooke Erickson with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Dylan Wiley Kuhn with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Mason Benson with the Dunellen High FFA. Allie Joe Hicks with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Henry Boyer with the Town and Country 4-H. Brandon Boyer also with Town and Country 4-H. Amani Richardson with the Indigo 4-H. Bradley Hurst with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Addison Pope with the Wild and Country 4-H. Emma Reynolds with the Wild and Country 4-H. Taylor Lewis showing with the Cross County 4-H. Madison Macazio with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Asher Lewis with the Grandview 4-H. And Paisley Lewis showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Class 7 ranging from 255 to 260 pounds.
I'm going to keep these 6 I've already pinned. Once they're starting to get up to this bigger weight, I think, they have the power and the mass. They've just got to be able to get out and travel and be flexible, and that's why I left some of these in here out. But let's give them a nice round of applause as they head on back.
Our top 6 here in this 7th class. Aiden Williams with the Cold Country 4-H. Henry Boyer with the Town and Country 4-H. Bradley Hurst with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Addison Pope with the Wild and Country 4-H. Taylor Lewis with the Cross County 4-H. Dylan Wiley Coon in here too from the Bellevue Middle FFA.
we leave these three out here in the ring, and I'll be honest, none of them are just the stoutest ones in here, or the stoutest ones maybe we've seen so far, but I think in this particular class, for me, they just combine the most goods. Yeah, they're all just a little bit tender-footed. I think all 6 of these in this class are, and so it kind of gets just a little bit more difficult to read through that. But young man's Guilt in front of me here is going to go third. I think she's one that has the parts and pieces. She's stout-skulled and big-backed. For me, though, she kind of wants to push and plan outside of herself going away, and she just doesn't carry the lower shape as the 2 that go ahead of her. Young lady's blue-hipped Gilt right here in front of me is one that you really have to love, but the longer we're out here, she just kind of falls into second for me, just in terms of her build and her balance and her proportions. I think she's got a lot of shape and a lot of dimension. For me, though, young man right here, you're going to win this class today. Talk about a big back, big hipped one that's so dense featured and still gets out and flexes extra comfortable off either end of his skeleton. As the 4 barrel leaves, I think he's one that reads with a lot of mass, a lot of power. To me, he could just be better off of either end of his skeleton. So in 5th over here, this young man has one that's just got a lot of feature to him, hair and all those things, just not the same type of power and mass. And then the young man's white bearer that's leaving there in 6th is one that's really heavyweight, really easy feeding. He's kind of wanting to get a little bit swollen in his hocks, and he just kind of is pushing in terms of fat in this particular class for me today.
Winning Class 7 this evening, Aiden Williams of the Colt Country 4-H. Standing second, Taylor Lewis of the Cross County 4-H. In 3rd place, Dylan Wiley-Coon of the Bellevue Middle FFA. In 4th place, Addison Pope of the Wild and Country 4-H. In 5th place, representing Town and Country, Henry Boyer. And in 6th place, Bradley Hurst of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Again, we are grateful to Conrad Tree Service for sponsoring Class 7. We have Class 8 coming in. Townley Manufacturing is a sponsor for Class 8. Kiera Henry of the Indigo 4-H. Taylor Varney of the Wild and Country 4-H. Savannah Carsey of the North Marion High FFA. Thomas Light of the Bellevue High FFA. Caleb Bell with the Wild and Country 4-H. Lex Anduan of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Luke Hudson of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Madison Lambert with the North Marion Middle FFA. Brooke Sakuda with the Caprine 4-H. Trinity Richardson with the Indigo 4-H. Olivia Simpson with the Town and Country 4-H. Brooke Varney with the Wild and Country 4-H. Nathan Boyer with the Town and Country 4-H. Holly Light with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Kenley Crawford with the Town and Country 4-H. Kelly Curtis with the North Marion Senior FFA. Madison Vandergrift with the Bellevue High FFA. Michaela Lowry showing for Kendrick 4-H. And Theron Trios with the Dunellen 4-H Club. The hogs in Class 8 will vary between 261 and 264 pounds.
I'm going to bring back 6 of these out here that I've pulled, and then that young man over there. I'll tell you, you guys are kind of really making me work for it. Every time I look up, you're right underneath me. Let's try and have just a little bit of distance so I can see those just a little bit better. Again, it's just personal preference. We'll get these 6 back out here, and I'll tell you how I like them.
Our top group out of Class 8, Luke Hudson, Lucky Learners 4-H. Madison Lambert with the North Marion Middle FFA. Brooke Sakuda with the Caprine 4-H. Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H. Kenley Crawford with the Town and Country 4-H. And Michaela Lowry with Kendrick 4-H. We have had a set of keys turned in that were found in the stands. If you're looking to crank your vehicle or perhaps get in your house, you may want to come see us.
a unique trio out here, and honestly, I think they're all good in terms of stoutness and feature and look and eye appeal. I'm going to use a young lady's Gilt over there for third in here. Do I think she pieces things nicely? She's sound, maybe sounder than another one out here? Sure, absolutely. You know, she just kind of doesn't, she just falls off in terms of her stoutness, particularly when you get in behind her, but still, I love that one's foot and feature and eye appeal from this side. Man, these two up top in first and second are all really good. And, you know, you may disagree with me out here, but I'll tell you, for me, there's just a couple of things where I draw the line in terms of balance and build, particularly when we get out here and have two that are just so good. I fear it just kind of cripples them up just a little bit. I'm not saying my class winner's perfect by any means, but the young ladies painted up bear over here is going to come in second just in terms of being big backed and big hipped. He is so overly massive and like just so pulled apart. You definitely have to love that about him. Watch this guy coming and going, though. He's so out of bounds off either end of his skeleton, and then he could also be cooler and neater ahead of his blade. Young lady's barrel right here that's going to end up in first is one that I read with so much product and power and dimension, yet still when you watch him going away from you, he handles his hip and his hind leg so much better. He gets out here, sure, he could piece the top side of his neck on his skeleton ever so slightly, but man, just wins this class in terms of build and balance and proportions. Okay, I didn't know. In fourth, this young lady has one that I just think reads with a lot of product. He reads with a lot of weight. You got to love how big-footed and big-boned he is. He gets out and he just kind of wants to get a little lower fronted and up in his spine to compare to those ahead of him. For me, he just didn't have those extras of the class. The young lady's got one that's coming out next. This one caught my attention from the other side of the ring, and I think just in terms of look and balance and quality, it does a really, really nice job. For me, though, just like to bust this one open, make him have just some more shape and foot and feature to match those ahead of him. Young man brings one out, kind of same story, different tune, has a lot of width and a lot of he's really pulled apart. He just needs some more product and just some more shape to compete with those ahead of him.
Congratulations to our 8 class winners. Placing first in this class, Brooke Sakuda of the Caprine 4-H. Second place, Michaela Lowry of the Kendrick 4-H. Third place, Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country. Fourth place, Kinley Crawford, also of Town and Country. Fifth place, Madison Lambert with the North Marion Middle FFA. And in sixth place, Luke Hudson of the Lucky Learners 4-H. So congratulations to Class 8 winners. And again, thanks to Townley Manufacturing for their sponsorship. We have Class 9 now in the ring. Our sponsor is Integrity Site Development. Wyatt Baker with the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Kylie Perez with the Forest High FFA. Carson Hamilton with the Spar Stallions 4-H. Harlan Batt with the Southern Roots 4-H. Peyton Brinkley with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Jenna Frobig with the Lake Weir High FFA. Carolina Harris with the Wild and Country 4-H. Olivia Marks with the Colt Country 4-H. Selena Antoine with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Olivia Irvin with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Hayden Van Loo with the Cracker Country 4-H. Lewis Coker with Majestic Oaks 4-H. Jaden Page with the Indigo 4-H. And Aubriana Colosimo with the Southern Roots 4-H. These hogs will range between 265 and 269 pounds. If you're standing on this back rail back here, we're going to ask if you would move over to the side. The stands in the back are not tall enough for people to see over you, and y'all are good looking, but you're not good windows, so they can't see through you. So if you wouldn't mind sliding over so that those behind you could have the view that you have as well. Thank you for that. Our top six here in Class 9, number 167. This is Wyatt Baker, Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Harlan Batt with the Southern Roots 4-H. Peyton Brinkley with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Jenna Frobig with the Lake Weir High FFA. Olivia Marks with the Cold Country 4-H. Hayden Van Loo with the Cracker Country 4-H.
Young men's gilt directly in front of me is going to be third in this particular class. I think she's just a meat and potatoes, if you will, kind of market hog out here. She's one that's stout sculled, stout featured. Maybe she doesn't have the extras as those two that go ahead of her, but still really, really nice. Young ladies white bear in front of me is going to come out in second. I think for a white pig, he has so much dimension and so much shape, particularly from behind. For me, he just doesn't have those extras in terms of length ahead of his blade. He wants to get it just a little shorter and tighter there. Young lady's gilt that comes out and wins this class is one that just pieces things together so seamless from the side. She's kind of wanting to be a little noisy and talk over me right now, but she's one that's really a unique creature out here that just goes ahead and wins this class. The one that comes out in fourth is really long spine, long hipped, got a lot of length and extension, and he still has some product. You know, he does want to just get a little bit rounder out of that hip and hind leg, and I'd like to see him squarer and truer in his knee. Young lady's gilt that comes out next. She's a soft-sided, easy feeding type of one that's got a lot of product on her. For me, though, she just needs to be more descript in her shape, particularly from behind, and she needs to go and just be square and plant square at the surface. The one that comes out in sixth, I think this is one that still holds her own out here, just in terms of being dense-featured, stout-skulled, and wide in her chest floor. For me, she just wants to get a little bit harder in her lower cage, and she just doesn't have those extras in terms of balance and design.
Winning Class 9, Jenna Frobig of the Lake Weir High FFA. Second place, Hayden Van Loo of the Cracker Country 4-H. Third place, Harlan Bad of the Southern Roots 4-H. In fourth place, Peyton Brinkley of the Majestic Oaks. Standing fifth, Olivia Marks of the Colt Country 4-H. And in sixth place, from Fort McCoy Middle FFA, Wyatt Baker. Jerry's Indoor Archery Range is our sponsor for Class 10. Entries are Scarlett Relio of the North Marion Middle FFA, Madison Good with the Dunellen High FFA, Braylon Amsden of the Cracker Country 4-H, Bella Hopkrick of the Lake Weir Middle FFA, Caleb Lawrence with the Dunellen Christian FFA Academy, Abigail Decker with the Dunellen High FFA, Kate Love with the Bellevue Bald Eagles, Levi Gonzalez with the Two Rivers 4-H, Aubrey Nelson with the Wild and Country 4-H, Peyton Miller with the Bellevue Bald Eagles, Julian Lynn with the Dunellen High FFA, Hadley Matchett, Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H, Hunter McMines showing for Westport FFA, Addison Watts with the Wild and Country 4-H, and Abby Sapp showing with Town and Country 4-H. Our top entries in Class 10, Bella Hobrick with the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Caleb Lawrence with Dunellen Christian Academy FFA. Peyton Miller with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Julian Lynn with the Dunellen High FFA. Hunter McMines with the Westport FFA. And Abby Sapp with the Town and Country 4-H.
A trio out here, and I'll tell you, there's one that just kind of rises to the top in my personal opinion, but I'll talk them as I see them. I think the young ladies bearer right here that's going to come out in third. When you get in behind him, that's his best view. He's good in terms of his shape from behind. He's sound and flexible. Drive him at me, though. He wants to kind of close up ever so slightly, and he's just getting a little bit wastier there up front. Young Man's Guilt that's going to come out in second is one that reads really good and unique from the side. She's tall and extended, really good and soft-sided. You know, is she as powerful maybe as I'd like her? No, but I still think she reads with all the parts and the pieces. Young Ladies Bearer that's going to go ahead and win this class does so rather handily out here for me today. He's one that's just so descript and shapely. He's massive in his forearm and just puts the most good into a uniquely built package. Young Man's Guilt that comes out next. To me, her body type just reads as a breeding gilt. I know they're market hogs, but I think she's just really soft and deep. She has a lot of width and spread up high. You know, drive these hogs at me, and she just needs to be so much truer and squarer up front and going away. The one that comes out next, this is a really hairy one that's got a lot of feature to him. For me, though, kind of the same story, just a smaller package. This one's actually got a lot of length and a lot of extension, but just doesn't have the same type of true shape and dimension. This one that comes out next, when I get in on top of him, that's his best view. I think he's big-backed and really big in his hip. But watch this guy coming and going, and he is way too he has way too much said to his hawk and his pasterns. He's way too outside of himself. He's just breeds wrong in terms of his skeleton to work any higher for me today.
Congratulations to our Class 10 winners. Abby Sapp of the Town and Country 4-H takes first place. Standing second, representing Dunellen High FFA, Julian Lynn. In third place, Bella Hobrick of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. In fourth place, Caleb Lawrence of the Dunellen Christian Academy FFA. In sixth place, Hunter McMines of the Westport FFA chapter. And in sixth place, Peyton Miller with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Congratulations, Class 10, and thanks again to Jerry's Indoor Archery Range. We got Class 11 now in the ring, sponsored by Lyle's Custom Trailers. Ava Dinsmore from North Marion High. Kinley Forsyth, Wild and Country 4-H. Connor Lawrence, Dunellen High FFA. Brinley Durham of the Caprine 4-H. Madeline Marshall with the Dunellen Middle FFA. We have the Majestic Oaks Club Hog. Abby Beck with North Marion Middle FFA. Jake Blanchard with the Wild and Country 4-H. Andy Sapp with the Grandview 4-H. Linda Heald with the Lake Weir High FFA. Jonah Lucier of the Southern Roots 4-H. Isaac Thompson with the Wild and Country 4-H. Holston Sapp showing with Osceola Middle FFA. Chloe Davis showing with the Bellevue High Senior FFA. And representing the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H, Kaylin Matchett. This is Class 11, weighing between 274 and 277 pounds. Over the years, there have likely been many romances that perhaps got established here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. We happen to have a young couple here tonight who started dating on this day at the Southeastern Youth Fair. They are celebrating their 24th anniversary today. Brad and Maggie Bartlett. Happy anniversary from the Southeastern Youth Fair. We hope that every time you smell hogs that your romance will be kindled even more so. Our top 6 here in Class 11, Ava Dinsmore of the North Marion High FFA. Kinley Forsyth of the Wild and Country 4-H. Connor Lawrence, Dunellen High FFA. Brinley Durham of the Caprine 4-H. Linda Heald of the Lake Weir High FFA. Jonah Lucier of the Southern Roots 4-H. Congratulations to these top 6 exhibitors in Class 11.
I think it gets close between second and third, and honestly, there's just one of the pair that maybe just a little bit more my speed and type and kind. Young lady's Whiteberry here in front of me is going to come out in third. I think he's one out here that just reads good. When you study him coming at you, he's big forearmed, big footed. He's really big up high as an individual, though you kind of get him compared back to these other ones, and maybe he just doesn't have enough. He just needs to be squarer and truer from behind. The one of the pair that just kind of hits me just a little bit harder is a young lady's Gilt over here. I think this is one that's really unique in her balance and her design. I think she's so good in terms of her product that she lays onto, just a huge foot and bone. For me, though, this bear comes out here, he just drives at you, and he's just so massive. He's so dimensional, and he's just so overwhelming. I think for me, this guy just pieces things together out here, and I can't get past him, so he's going to win this class today. young lady's guilt over here in fourth. It kind of took me a little while to find her, maybe because she's just a little harder sided and drier in her lower rib. But if you just go back to the basics and look at muscle and products, she's definitely got it. You've done an excellent job. Just needs to be softer and have a cooler look to compete with those other three. The one that comes out in fifth, if you want to talk about a soft-sided, easy-feeding type of one, that's her. I think she reads with a lot of product. For me, though, she's just kind of too compact. She's short-skulled and short-fronted, and that reads all the way true out to her tighter ham loin and her tighter hip and hind leg. The one that comes out next, I think hip forward, you really got to like this one. I think in terms of length of spine and extension, he has some good pieces to him. But get this three-quarter view of him right here, and he's the flattest, and he tapers the most down to his lower ham.
Congratulations to our Class 11 exhibitors. Winning the class representing Caprine 4-H, Brinley Durham. Standing second from Lake Weir High, Linda Heald. In third place, Kinley Forsyth from the Wild and Country 4-H. Fourth place, Ava Dinsmore of the North Marion High FFA. Fifth place, Connor Lawrence with Dunellen High FFA. And in sixth, Jonah Lucier of the Southern Roots 4-H. Again, we appreciate the sponsorship of Lyle's Custom Trailers. Nicole and John Hedinger are sponsoring Class 12. Entries in this class is Winter Hill of the Dunellen Middle FFA, Camden Douglas of the Vanguard High FFA, Gavin Pittenbrink of the Trinity Catholic FFA, Blake Hammett of the Spar Stallions, Jeffrey Williams of the Colt Country 4-H, Julia Hettinger of the Wild and Country 4-H, Lila Peebles with the Cracker Country 4-H, Emma Blackburn with the Bellevue Middle FFA, Lane West with Majestic Oaks 4-H, Sydney Antoine with the Bellevue Bald Eagles, Bristol Diley with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H, Andriana Thornton with the Indigo 4-H, Michael Durden with the Indigo 4-H, and Hagen Batt with the Southern Roots 4-H Club. These animals will range from 279 to 282 pounds. Our top 6 out of Class 12, Winter Hill of the Dunellen Middle FFA. Blake Hammett of the Spar Stallions. Jeffrey Williams with Colt Country. Julia Hettinger of Wild and Country. Lane West with Majestic Oaks. And Hagen Batt with the Southern Roots 4-H.
This trio out here just kind of surfaces for me as they're maybe just the least problematic out here. I think they're very different, and honestly, it's a little bit of a challenging class out here. But when you just go back to the basics, young ladies Barra down there along the rail, it's going to come in third out here. For me, he's one that's really big-backed and really shapely up high. He's really wide and dimensional. He's just a little bit rounder and more compact than I like. I just wish he had some more length, but still a really nice one that sits in an easy third. Young man right here in front of me, his gilt's going to come in second. This is one that's tall and long and extended. Reads all the length and extension you could want in one. I think for me, if I could tweak her a little bit, she gets a little rounder out of that hip and hind leg, but still, stoutness, substance, and feature, she's got it. Young ladies, bear over here, by the backdrop has one that just becomes the most fault-free. He's tall and good-looking from the side and still packed full of plenty of power and product and dimension. For me, he was the easiest place to start. The one that comes out next, young man right here in front of me has one that's just so wide and cracked open from his skull all the way from behind. For me, he's just a lower front-end rounder hipped one that just doesn't get out and travel as well as those three that go ahead of him. The one that comes out in fifth. This is one that reads with so much length and extension, really fresh up high and in her shape and from behind. For me, she just doesn't match that. I wish she was bolder and softer sided to compete with those ahead of her. Young man brings one out that's really highly presented in terms of his skin and his hair. You've really got to love the color on him, and it definitely catches your attention. I won't lie to you, he's really stout and really massive and really wide. For me, though, I just cannot get past the skeletal build of this guy. He's just kind of blown out off either end of his skeleton.
Congratulations, Julia Hettinger, winning the class representing Wild and Country. In second place, Lane West of the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. In third, Winter Hill of the Dunellen Middle FFA. In fourth, Hagen Bat of the Southern Roots 4-H. In fifth place, Jeffrey Williams of the Colt Country 4-H. And in sixth place, Blake Hamlet of the Spar Stallions. Thanks again to Nicole and John Hettinger for sponsoring Class 12. Class 13 is sponsored by Sensible Financial Solutions. We have Carson Shuck from the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Emily Siralinsky from the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. Javion Dowdy of the Indigo 4-H. Aubrey Deely representing Southern Roots 4-H. Reagan Cook with the Wild and Country 4-H. Laney Hamlick for the Cracker Country 4-H. Catcher Straight representing Bellevue High FFA. Sophia Dominio representing the 4-H Club of Dunellen. Paige Wallace with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Kylie Goodson with the Caprine 4-H. Josie Law with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. Wyatt Schultz with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Carrie Holland with the Forest High FFA. And Cassia Smith with the Bellevue Middle FFA. These hogs will range between 283 and 291 pounds. Congratulations to the top exhibitors here in Class 13. Emily Cyrilinski with the Fort McCoy 4-leaf 4-H. Javion Dowdy with the Indigo 4-H. Aubrey Deely with the Southern Roots 4-H. Catcher Straight with the Bellevue High FFA. Sophia Domino with the 4-H Club of Dunellen. Josie Law with the Fort McCoy 4-leaf 4-H. And Wyatt Schultz also with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Like to remind everyone, if you would, refrain from standing on that back panel back there. It blocks the view of those behind you. You're welcome to stand on the sides. These stands are high enough that people can see over you, but they can't see over you right there, so you're blocking the view of everyone behind you. So on these back stands back here, if you would, please move over to the side or go sit in the bleachers, one of those two places. Thank you for that.
We get this trio out here, and to be quite honest, there's one that's just kind of hard to read. Every view you get of him, he just has he tells a different story. For me, though, I go back and I keep thinking, Young Ladies Barra is actually going to go with third in here. I think he's one that, you look at him up front. He's really cool and he's really unique in his makeup. He's really dimensional up high and big and square-backed. But you step in behind him, and he just kind of flattens and tapers and funnels to the surface. He's not as stout in his foot and his feature compared to even those that go just right ahead of him. For me, we have a pair of gilts out here that I think just kind of combine what I like in terms of look and balance and build. Young man right in front of me is going to win. It's going to come in second. I'm sorry. I think this is one that's just so unique in terms of the way she blends so smooth onto her skeleton. She's really sound and really flexible. For me, just not as shapely, just not as dimensional, particularly when you get in behind this gal. Young lady right over here that's going to win the class. She's got a gilt that reads so good and true in her stoutness, her power, from her skull shape all the way back to her hip and her hind leg. If I could be critical, I'd like to make her just a shot deeper in that flank, but still, she wins this class for me today. The one that comes out in fourth, if we're talking product-driven, easy-feeding type of one, then he's definitely got it. I think just in terms of shape up high, shape from behind for sure. Out here today, I'm not sure what's going on. Just a little weaker pastern, softer footed. Doesn't get out and utilize that hip and hind leg like those that go above him. This one that comes in next. Honestly, probably one of the smaller ones in this particular class or in this top six. But I think in terms of fresh shape and squareness up high, he's got it. For me, he just doesn't have the extras found in those that go above him. Young man brings us one here next that's really good in terms of his softness of side, his center. I think he's really sound and flexible. I just like to square him up and see him just so much more descript up high and from behind to compete with those others. And then the young lady's gilt over here next that got seventh, I think is one that's really big up high and from behind, just way too vertical off either end of her skeleton.
Congratulations, Aubrey Dealey of the Southern Roots 4-H, taking first place in its class. Standing second, Wyatt Schultz of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Third place is Sophia Damio of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Fourth place, Emily Cyrilinski of the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. In fifth place, Catcher Straight with the Bellevue High FFA. And in sixth place, Javion Dowdy with the Indigo 4-H Club. Again, we want to say thanks to Sensible Financial Solutions for sponsoring Class 13. Class 14 now in the arena. Our sponsor is Seminole Feeds. Kaylin Benson from Dunellen High FFA. Kennedy Fritz, Trinity Catholic FFA. Abigail Schultz with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Javaris Morant with the Indigo 4-H Club. Sonia Slate with the Indigo 4-H Club. Natalie Ulls showing with the Dunellen Middle FFA. Brooklyn Strait with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Jacob Peebles with the Dunellen High FFA. Logan Marino with the Town and Country 4-H. Adeline Dawson with the Indigo 4-H Club. Jeremy Crouch with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Kendall Wilson with the Southern Roots 4-H. Jordan Drillick with the Dunellen 4-H. Easton Davis with the Country Clovers 4-H. Will Love with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. And Jada Graham with the Indigo 4-H Club. These hogs will weigh between 293 and 306 pounds. Our top 6 coming back out of Class 14, representing Dunellen High, Kaylin Benson. Representing Dunellen 4-H, Abigail Schultz. Showing for Dunellen Middle, Natalie Ulls. From Bellevue Middle, Brooklyn Strait. From the Dunellen 4-H Club, Jeremy Crouch. And from the Country Clovers 4-H, Easton Davis.
I think these top 4 kind of maybe even split into 2 pairs that could have some discussion between first and second, and then third and fourth. For me, I'm going to use the young man's bear out here to go in third. This is one that when he wants to cooperate and get going, he's got all the muscle and product, and he still pieces together and gives you a good look. Now, is he as stout and dimensional as the other 2 that go ahead of him? No, but I think he still reads right. For me, I wish that some of these were cooperating a little bit better because there's just one in my mind that's just cleaner and fresher and better. And so that's why the young lady right here in front of me is going to come in second. I really like this bear. I think he's really big up high. He's really big in his hip going away from you, but he's the blown flanked one. That just kind of throws his proportions off, and he's just looking a little bit too far past. Young lady over here on the rail, you're going to win this class. I think that your bear is one that's tall and up-headed. He's got a lot of shape up high and from behind, and still gets out and travels plenty nice around the ring. The one that comes out in fourth, I think this gilt, she's a really cool color in terms of just how she pieces her blue and black on her, and she catches your attention for sure. And she's one that's really descript and really shapely. You know, the further the drive wears on is where she kind of solidifies her spot in fourth. She is just kind of wanting to get a little too tight and a little too rigid off either end of her skeleton out here. Still, the one that comes next is one that's soft and easy feeding, has some weight per day of age, but one that just does not want to get out and go. Gets up in that spine and just needs to get out and bend and flex some more. Young man's bear that comes out in 6 is one that's really fresh, really especially up high and from behind, but maybe he takes it a little to the extreme out here. He's the flatter, harder sided one who just needs to have some more to compete with those ahead of him.
Congratulations to our Class 14 winners. Winning the class tonight, this is the Dunnellon Middle FFA chapter, being shown by Lucer Camacho. Second place, Bellevue Middle FFA, Brooklyn Strait. Third place, Easton Davis with the Country Clovers 4-H. Fourth place, Kaylin Benson with the Dunnellon High FFA. Fifth place is Abigail Schultz with the Dunnellon 4-H Club. And sixth place, Jeremy Crouch with the Dunnellon 4-H Club. We have another vehicle that is blocking a gate. This is a white Hyundai Elantra. It is tag number Y38JBD. It is blocking a gate. Please move your car. A white Elantra, white Hyundai. This is the last class of the show. Class 15. We have 8 entries here. It's being sponsored by Ocala Family Medical. Zachary Townsend of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Braden Ernest of the Bellevue High FFA. Allison Spagnol of the Gator Tracks 4-H. William Williamson of the Indigo 4-H. Haley Mann with the Ocklawaha Little Bits 4-H. Jordan Page with the Indigo 4-H. Jackson Boss with the Cracker Country 4-H. And Coleman Miller with the Forest High FFA. These hogs will range from 316 to 352 pounds.
as we work through our final class of the day, I'll save my long talk for the grand drive here in a minute, but for those of you that don't stick around, I just want to say I've truly enjoyed my time out here. For me, this trio is so different. When you get to this heavy weight out here, it's so hard to keep them fresh. It's so hard to keep them sound. And for me, the one that wins this does that by far the best. But I think that second and third still piece up together pretty well out here. Young lady Spot Bear is going to come out in third. I think you'd be pretty hard pressed to find a Spot Bear this big that's still that fresh and reads with that kind of shape. I think he still gets out and goes, he's just not as descript. He's just not as opened up as those two that go ahead of him, but still, for what he is, I think he does an excellent job and holds his own in here. Young man's bear in front of me is going to come out in second. I think this is one that's really long-bodied, packed full of product, and obviously pounds. He just wants to get a little bit flatter-footed outside of himself, and he's just not as fresh as the one that wins. For me, this one right here in front of me, I've said it over and over again within the last 2 seconds, but this one just combines all the good together in that fresh package for being so big and so heavyweight. For me, he just wins this class rather handily. Young man brings one out next. That's just packed full of pounds and product. Even big-footed and big bone, maybe just not as descript, particularly up high, and could stand to be a bit squarer, but still really nice in his own right. The one that comes out next, this is the fresher option that is leaner and softer, is leaner and better sided. For me, though, the further we get out here and the drive wears on, he's just kind of wearing down off either end of his skeleton, and he could stand to have just a little bit more shape from behind. The Duroc bear that comes out next, Gilt, that comes out next is one that's really long and extended, and the reason that she goes in sixth is because I think she's sound and flexible. For me, though, she's just better in terms of her composition, particularly compared to the one that comes next, and then these two just kind of fall off in this class. Maybe they're just a little bit too far past their prime to compete.
Congratulations to our Class 15 winners. Allison Spagnol of the Gator Tracks coming in first. In second place is Colburn Miller with the Forest High FFA. Third place, Braden Ernest with the Bellevue High FFA. In fourth place, William Williamson with the Indigo 4-H Club. Fifth place, Zachary Townsend with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And in sixth place, Jackson Boss with the Cracker Country 4-H Club. We'll be bringing in our 15 class winners, and this will be for our grand champion drive for tonight. We now will have our class winners coming into the ring. Representing the first class is Peyton Williams of the Colt Country 4-H. Our Class 2 winner, Jackson Kelly of the Southern Roots 4-H. Class 3, Cadence Perez of the North Marion Middle FFA. Class 4 is Kaylin Barnhart of Lake Weir High FFA. Class 5, Victoria Paradiso of the Lucky Learners. Class 6, Braden Pruitt of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Class 7, Aiden Williams of Colt Country 4-H. Class 8, Brooke Sakuda of the Caprine 4-H. Class 9, Jenna Frobig of the Lake Weir High FFA. Class 10, representing Town and Country, Abby Sapp. Class 11, Brinley Durham of the Caprine 4-H. Class 12, Julia Hettinger, showing for Wild and Country 4-H. Class 13, Aubrey Deely, showing with the Southern Roots 4-H. Class 14, Lucier Camacho with the Dunellen Middle FFA. And Class 15, Allison Spagnol with the Gator Tracks 4-H. Our judge will evaluate these 15 animals. She will choose her grand champion, and then we'll pull the second place animal from that class to come in for our reserve grand champion.
A really nice set out here, if you will, standing ringside. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors in and outside of the ring. I'm not one for long speeches, but I do have a couple things that I have to say before I go, or I'd be remiss not to. First and foremost, thank you guys for having me out here today. I grew up showing pigs back in Mississippi, and it was a thing that I love and fell in love with, and that's why I'm still in this industry, and I think it's a really nice place to be. And I'll tell you, kids, go home when you leave here. Thank your parents, your teachers, your advisors, your agents, whoever it may be, because you could not get to this point without them. I never thanked my parents enough, and standing here, if I could encourage you to do one thing, it would just definitely be to go and thank them for all they've done for you. And I have a couple of favors to ask those standing ringside. It's a thankless job running a show, especially when you've got one of this magnitude and this size, and I think you can all tell it takes a large number of people to put this thing together. If you could, let's give the biggest round of applause to show management and all those that have helped out here make this run smooth. One last thing, I was at a show in Hattiesburg not too long ago at our Dixie National, and Brandon Callis said it on the mic, and I said, ooh, I'm going to start putting that in there too, because you started it at the very beginning of the show. We said a prayer, and we opened up that way, and Brandon said that he was the luckiest man alive. I'll tell you, I think I'm the luckiest lady alive that I get to do what I love every single day, but I give all the glory and honor to God. So if you can do that and put him first, you can do anything you want. Okay, enough about me. There's some really unique ones in here. Really nice set of hogs. You should commend yourself. There's 15, and I think all 15 of them are competitive, and all 15 from the smallest all the way to the largest just kind of can go out and still do good things. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. We don't have to meet about it afterwards. But I'll tell you, I'm pretty passionate. The ones that I'm going to use for champion and reserve, I know they're already out here, and then we can bring those seconds back in. But still, a really elite show, really elite kids. You should commend yourself. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Your grand champion, Braden Pruitt of the Bellevue Bald Eagle. And your reserve grand champion, Brindley Durham of the Caprine 4-H Club. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors and everyone else who was out here tonight. What a tremendous job you all have done. Our judge is going to place our top 5 here. So there'll be 3 more here that she'll choose out of this grouping as well. We're going to bring the second place animal out of those 2 classes. Coming back out of Class 6 will be Liberty FFA. This is Diana Abreu. And from Class 11 will be Linda Heald of the Lake Weir High FFA. In third place, Abby Sapp. Congratulations, Abby. Town and Country 4-H. We will now bring Julian Lynn back in, who was the second place animal in that class. And in fourth place, this is Aubrey Deely. She is showing the Southern Roots hog out there. Congratulations, Aubrey and Southern Roots. We're going to now bring in Wyatt Schultz with Dunellen 4-H. Wyatt stood second in that 13th class there. And in fifth place is Brooke Sakuda. Congratulations to you, Brooke. Once again, congratulations to our grand champion. That is Braden Pruitt of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. our reserve grand champion, Brinley Durham of the Caprine 4-H. Third place is Abby Sapp of the Town and Country. Fourth place is Aubrey Dealey showing the Southern Roots 4-H chapter pig. And in fifth place, Brooke Sakuda of the Caprine 4-H Club. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors this year. Judge Pittman, we want to say a very special thank you to you. Well done today. Thank you for the way you've sifted through these animals. Don't forget in the morning at 9:30 for awards, and our auction will begin at 10 a.m., and we'll look forward to seeing you. Then hope you have safe travels home. Correction, that's 9 a.m. for awards, 9 a.m. for the awards.